for AI and digital transformation in one of the CIO's views of the 10 most influential Black corporate women to watch in 2023. She holds an MBA from the Wharton School and is passionate about empowering underserved communities through direct education and technology. Thank you for being here, Nadine. Then we have Sholette A. Cox. She is the president of Jamaica Promotion Corporation, JamPro. As a leader, thank you, she is in February 2023. With over 20 years experience at JamPro, her leadership drives the mission to promote and export investments and economical growth in Jamaica. Previously, as a VP of the Research Advocacy and Project Implementation Division, she led national programs like National Competitiveness Council and Jamaica Business Gateway. She serves on several boards. Sorry, I missed one thing. Ms. Katz is an expert in change management, meditation, and finance. She serves on several boards, including the Jamaican Special Economic Zone Authority and the Cannabis Licensing Authority, shaping Jamaica's economical landscape. Let's give it up for Ms. Sholette Cox. And then our last judge is Nicholas Lawrence, and he is a software engineer professional with a strong track record of delivering successful projects across multiple countries, including Jamaica, Germany, UK, and the US. Nicholas has led significant technical initiatives such as JN Group's One JN Initiative and JN Bank UK implementation. With an expert in stakeholder management, I can't say this word, agile engineering, data analytics and leadership, he has consistently propelled diverse teams to achieve customer goals. Thank you, Nicholas. I also wanted to mention I use Copilot to condense your resumes, bios, and everything down. So we are utilizing Copilot. The students learned a lot about that yesterday. So you all have so many skills and accomplishments, so just want to let you know I shortened them down just so we had more time. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to give it over to Sachin so we can kind of go over the day.
Okay, good morning, folks. It's nice to see everyone here. I'm definitely excited to see the projects today, and I don't want you to think of the judges as people just here to give you points or take away points, but these are folks that can give you valuable feedback, that can teach you how to speak, teach you how to interact with other professionals. So do pay attention to them, do reach out to them, and do respect them when they ask you their questions. For the format today, each group will have 15 minutes to present. We'll have 5 minutes for Q&A afterwards. And between, I assume we will have around 3 minutes to remove the laptop, have the next laptop set up. We do have some, for the groups today, we will have to use the HDMI cable in the back to connect. We do have a clicker so that you can get through your slides. Unfortunately, we cannot open this cabinet to connect to the HDMI cord here. So just one call out, and let's see. With no further. Wait, I'm gonna be strict on time.
Very strict on time.
I will be there, and when you have 5 minutes left, I will be giving you a heads up, like a 5. Cool. Okay. All right. First group, Echo recap. Y'all ready? All right. Well, give Echo recap a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, nice to have you here today. So my name is Enoch Omarigi, and these are my group members, Sean Grant and Darren Brown. And today we're presenting Echo Recap, an AI assistant for messaging chat applications. So let's step right into it. So this probably looks familiar. You've probably had a lot of different group chats, school chats, a lot of important chats. And when you go in there for your important information, people are talking about scamming or the newest dancehall music song or anime or something, and you're unable to take the important information from this WhatsApp group chat. So we have identified our problem statement from this. And what our problem statement is that in today's fast-paced digital world, the overwhelming volume of messages on communication platforms makes it really challenging to identify what is the important information. This leads to inefficiencies for individuals trying to stay informed and also for businesses who are trying to handle large number of customer inquiries over messaging platforms. So what is the solution that we have provided? Well, through EcoRecap, we're actually able to take all of these noisy groups with these different messages and all these kind of things, and we're actually able to filter and identify what is the key important information that you need to be knowledgeable of. And we're actually able to provide these in a summary for you to be able to read and detail and move on. This allows for you to save a lot of time and actually make you able to tackle the key activities that you need to be able to go throughout the day. We also saw a business avenue in which we're able to provide businesses with an automated messaging system, in which with this automated messaging system, we're able to provide them with a more in-depth messaging system in which they're able to tackle products and service questions better for different customers and able to allow them to save time without having to deal with this and then focus on more critical key activities while the automated messaging is dealing with this. So some key features of EcoRecap. So as I mentioned before, we have AI-generated chat summaries. We're also able to have the messaging system answer customer inquiries about your products and services. In addition, we're actually able to do multimodal intake, in which the AI can respond to text, images, and voice notes, in which you may need to provide more context to the situation, and in which you're able to now get a more detailed answer that can be accurate to your scenario. We also have conversation sentiment analysis, in which you can actually see whether your chatbot is giving mostly positive, negative, or neutral responses. With this now, you're able to key your chatbot so that it can provide the best suitable responses to your customers and then basically maximize the amount of profit you can gain from it. And we provide further customer insights so that you're able to drive business decisions properly. So how does EcoRecap work on a high level? So when you open EcoRecap, you're actually able to scan a QR code that will connect you to your WhatsApp account. And then what will start happening is that your WhatsApp or EcoRecap will start monitoring whatever messaging platform, we're using WhatsApp as the example, to incoming messages, and will be storing them as a chat history. Then whenever you key for it to generate a summary, it will now take the chat history and use all of that to take the important key information and filter it out. Or if someone is asking you a question and you're a business, it's able to take that prompt or that question and be able to provide the right response to it. So now I'll move to my group member, Sean.
All right, thank you, Ina. So while we were developing this application, privacy was a big concern for us because we're handling your messages, right? So as a way to prevent sending your personal data to a large language model, which could be doing God knows what with it, it's a third-party service. So what we've came up with is a system which we've called the identity service, where it takes personally identifiable information from messages and completely removes it and replaces it with uniquely generated IDs. So in the example here, you can see my phone number is there, my name, Enoch's name. But on the side here, this is what the LLM actually sees, right? It doesn't get your actual name or your phone number or any other personally identifiable information such as emails, passwords, etc. Then we also have the reverse of the process. So when the AI gives us a response, we can then pass it through the identity adder, which then reintroduces that personally identifiable information. And that's what you see. All right, so we have a video demo here so you can actually see it in action. And somebody, okay, thank you.
Awesome. The AI suggested we take a look at the Home Assist 3000 and the CleanBot Mini. Let's ask for some more details about the Home Assist.
Great.
It gave us all the features and the pricing details. $1,499 is kinda crazy though. Let's see if the other one is cheaper. Oh wow. The CleanBot Mini is way cheaper, but the Home Assist has much better features. Let's find out if it can also clean walls. Looks like it can, but it only does dusting. Let's try sending a picture of my wall to see if it can handle these higher bedroom walls. Looks like it can, but it's not really designed for it. Lastly, let's ask where we can go to make a purchase.
Nice.
It gave us a link to the TechBot's website and some instructions on where to navigate to. Back in the desktop app, you can see reports and analytics about how well your chatbot is doing in customer interactions, as well as view all your previously generated summaries. And that's all, folks. Stay on top of your messages with Echo Recap.
Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, I'll just start. Okay, so let's look at the technologies we actually used to build this. So we used Flutter and Dart to create the desktop application that you just saw. And then we use some WhatsApp web APIs for handling messaging. And then we're also using the OpenAI GPT-4o model, which is a multimodal model. And then we're using React and TypeScript to build our website where you can go to download the app. And we're also using Azure for speech recognition, Azure Functions, as well as hosting. We're also using GitHub Actions to test and deploy our code. Okay. All right, so here's a more detailed explanation of how it works, right? So we have the WhatsApp service here, which is the core of the application. This is what your phone is connected to. And then whenever you get a text message, it gets sent to the identity removal service, which we discussed previously. And then that gets sent to the Azure OpenAI service with GPT-4. However, if you do get a voice message, it first gets sent to the Azure Cognitive Speech API, where the text is extracted and then run through identity removal. Now, in the AI process, we're also pulling product information and business information from your files. And then once the AI generates a response, we also get back the sentiment analysis results. And then the overall result, which can be a summary or a response to a customer, that gets sent to the identity adder, and then that gets sent back to WhatsApp service, which then sends it to whoever it was intended to.
Okay, so during our development of the application, we identified some potential limitations. So in this case, WhatsApp may introduce an update that alters our means of interacting and responding with the application. And also LLM hallucinations, which is the AI, it may generate a response that has false data. And this is a concern, but it's very infrequent, and we have implemented means to limit it as much as possible. So the next steps for this application is to, of course, expand beyond WhatsApp to other messaging platforms so that we can access customers where they are. So SMS, Facebook Messenger, Telegram, as many messaging services as possible. We also plan to monetize our business users using a subscription model, which will start at $8 per month. And we want to introduce an enhanced metrics report, which can give a summary of FAQs from customers, user satisfaction scores, certain response times, cost savings, etc. We also plan to migrate all our services to the cloud so that we can move everything off device to prevent faults and secure processing in the cloud, which will make users be more willing to use the application. So over the past 3 weeks, this is how we built it. We use separation of concerns, so each module of the app is independent and it focuses on one specific task. So we have the UI separate from the services, which connect to the external APIs like WhatsApp and ChatGPT and other utilities that we integrated. We also use the don't repeat yourself principle by splitting our UI into multiple pages that are reusable and modifiable independently. Here we have our website, which you can access to download our public beta. There's a link.
Yeah, and we also want to mention one thing. So as Darren mentioned before, we did start a bit late, in which the submission form was opened again around the beginning of September, and that's actually when we applied. And so we were still able to complete our application. And the way in which we did this is that we had a sprint structure in which after every week, we noted down the amount of things that we were able to complete, and then we had a meeting in which we discussed how can we now push the direction of the application into the business that we want to build it. So each time, and we had to leverage peer sessions, because with the limited time, we had to not step over each other's toes when implementing the code, when designing the system, when designing the applications. So it was a lot of peer sessions in which we had to talk with each other and decide a lot of the time how we were going to implement something, how we were going to do this thing this way. And so with that, in our first week, it was most likely conceptualization and ideation. Then in our second week, we really built the prototype. Our third week, we really enhanced things. And then the fourth week, we finalized things. And with that together and our teamwork, we were able to complete this application. And that's how we have Echo Recap. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our
Thank you.
Great presentation. We'll open it up for Q&A from the judges.
Thank you, team. Echo Recap, great presentation. I wanted to ask if you have any customer insights so far that you either generated at the beginning of the process or since you've launched the public beta.
Okay, so currently we're working with the sentiment analysis, so you can see like how the responses, I guess, what's the overall tone of conversations with your customers. And we also have...
Sorry, let me clarify. User experience. So have you asked anybody to test the app and give you feedback?
So currently, beyond ourselves, no, we haven't as yet. But it is in our plans to do such. Because of the limited time that we had to deal with in implementing the project, we really tried as much as possible to talk among ourselves to see the different perspectives inside of the group that we could get. But it is definitely in our plans to expand that horizon and see what kind of feedback we could get from others.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Really good job, guys. Congrats. My quick question, in terms of supporting businesses, I see where you would pretty much have to put in information about the company or upload text files. Did you think about, or are you thinking about integrating to pull information from company websites directly in order to do that part of it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a part of our plan, but again, time constraints. But yes.
In doing so, do you see any challenges in doing it, or you think it's just a matter of time? You could have done it if you had time, or did you foresee a challenge in doing it?
From a technical standpoint, no, we didn't see a challenge in doing it. But a lot of the times with working with an AI project, we had a lot of ethical meetings where we discussed the ethical implications of doing certain activities and such like that. So in pulling stuff from companies and files and text files, those did come up in the discussion, and they're still being held to this day as it's a very new and broad field, so we are not standardized on that kind of information. But yes, it's in our thoughts right now, and we're looking into it as much as possible.
All right, thank you.
Very good presentation and well executed. Just one question. When analyzing the chat history, do you also take into consideration voice notes?
Yes, so we actually do have a voice notes feature that is in development, so that's definitely something we've taken into consideration. It isn't live in the public beta as yet, but it's definitely our next big feature, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have 3 minutes to switch teams out. The judges can put their scores in, and in that time, great presentation. Congrats on doing a good job up here. I'll hold on to that. While they get ready, I just want to go through the order of the groups. It's in alphabetical order of the project group name. So Echo Recap, then File Tree, GeoSync, Power Predict Jamaica, Quest, then Routes. All right, so it seems we have 2 more minutes, and we can give more details about how how the judges are going to evaluate these presentations. There are 8 categories. 1, innovation and creativity. 2, the technical implementation. 3, the problem solving. How well does it actually solve the problem that they have identified? 4, the user experience. 5, the impact and feasibility. These projects are in Jamaica. We hope that you can actually implement them in Jamaica successfully. It can't just be an idea. 6, presentation and communication. Has to be clear, has to be precise, and it has to be complete. Collaboration and teamwork. How well did you work together as a team? And time management. How did you actually distribute the work over the time that you contributed to this project? All these are important tenets of good software engineering and product development. But let's see. How are we doing on time, File Tree? I believe you have 90 more seconds. One minute. And one minor update, Shane has graciously has the time there, so you can keep track there during your presentation. Do you need 2 mics? At least some more time? 2 more minutes? Does one, okay, one work? 1 minute work? Okay. So we have a mic, so can one of us go back? Oh, yes, you can bring the mic up there. One of you can be down here. So we have 2 mics. Sorry about that. We tried to get this fixed, but it just didn't. Okay, this didn't work. We're gonna wait until they finish judging the first group. Any questions? So you guys think you will need 5 minutes consistently? All right, then I'll extend. Okay, because I could change the time to 5 minutes if necessary, and then cut the Q&A short so we can. Okay, keep it as is. Thanks. All right, ready? Sure. Give it up for File Tree.
Good morning, everyone. I have a story to tell. Okay, a few months ago, I was working on a project for a company I was working for. I had to integrate this hardware device on Android. I had no idea what to do. It was my first time. So, like any aspiring software engineer, I went to Stack Overflow. I found a question, a similar question, but it was 10 years old. The answer didn't work. I tried asking anyone. Stack Overflow prevented me, saying I had a duplicate question. So I went to Reddit. I asked. I got a few answers, but there were a lot of bickering back and forth about who had the most efficient solution or more years of experience. At one point, someone said 25, and I'm just a student. I'm not sure what's going on. So I was about to give up, and another student reached out to me, and we had a conversation about it. He was also working on the same thing for his master's thesis, and by the end of the conversation, it was working for both of us. So then I had a thought, what if it was that easy all the time to get, I don't know, an answer or talk to another students? And I did some research, and we came up with the idea of file tree. Okay. So these are my group members. My name is Raheem Donegan. That's Rachel in the pink, and Alia Reed. Okay, so students often struggle to access essential resources or find supportive communities and engaging communities. They have a hard time finding learning materials, timely assistance, or more or less just fitting in with other students.
And so we actually found some research that backs it up. So a study said that students in classes, like, in lectures, they are 1.5 times more likely to fail than students that are participating in active learning, which is what our app does. And also we found another study that's saying 65% of university students they feel lonely. So here, we present to you FileTree, which is our solution. So FileTree is a social platform for students. It creates a safe and supportive online community for students to share their thoughts, their ideas, their questions that they may have. And so some of our features is the join branches, which is like communities that would help with the loneliness. So you join the branches that you'd be like your interests or the courses that you're doing. And you also have the ability to post your thoughts and your questions and your projects. And if you like something that you see, you can bookmark it. So you can always go back to it, find it easier. And you can also view it offline. You can also talk with your peers. And it's not just limited to English-speaking countries, but we want to go worldwide. So we currently translate in 5 different languages. And we also going to have programs such as the mentorship program and the tutoring program for students. So what makes FileTree different? So the students feel more secure because the only way you can access FileTree is if you have a school email. There's peer-to-peer learning. So you know that like when you're teaching others, that's when the information sinks in and you know that you understand. And there will be less distraction because it's an academic-based app. And we also increase connections with your peers because you know that these are other university students that you're talking to.
So how we created FileTree. So we use various different technologies. So first, in the initial stage, we use Figma for the UI and the UX design, taking into account how to make the app as user-friendly as possible. For the backend, we utilize Pocketbase and Go, which we hosted on Azure Virtual Machine. And for the front end, we use Flutter. And of course, Azure AI Translate, so that would be able to make the app more accessible on like a worldwide scale. So now you might be thinking, how would like an app like this make money, right? So we have 4 different main sources of revenue in mind. First would be ads within the app, and those will be related to things school, everything academics. Sponsorship posts, so those posts will be promoted by different companies that care for students. There will be a premium offer, so not all features will be free, but like for most, for example, like the mentorship program, those you would have to like a subscription base for those. And for the tutor program, the lecturers, once they make money through our app, we get like a percentage of that. And then since we're all developers, the future is very much near. So within the app, we'd have articles that the students can write. There will be polls and quizzes attached to the post to make the post more engaging. There will be gamification, and we will do that to also make it more engaging through like badges. So you score points using the app, and that will go through like which badge you get next. There'll be study groups where you can make smaller groups than the branches once you have connected with peers. The programs, the tutor and the mentorship program, and then through the Translate, we'll be able to reach worldwide development.
Okay, so we have a live demo. I'm gonna run to the back so you can all see.
So in the meantime, you can email us at that email. It actually does work. And you can also join our Discord. We'll post updates about our development on the app. Okay, in the meantime, while we wait for them to set up, okay. Okay, here we go. Wonderful.
Okay, here's our demo. So let me log out real quick. Okay, so like Rachel stated, only students can join FileTree. So if for some reason you added an email that had like maybe .com or at Gmail, it won't work. So it needs to be a student email. So there we go. Okay, so there I'm logged in. This is the homepage. You can scroll down and list posts in various branches. You cannot view a post naturally with their comments. You have the option of upvoting or downvoting a post. So there I just downvoted the future of AI. I'm not sure why. You can, like Rachel said, you can translate between different languages. So let's see this in Spanish. I can't read that. You have the ability to view branches. So these branches are recommended based on your preferences. So you can always join another branch should you see fit. So let's join energy. You have the ability to create a branch, a post. So you need a title. Title could be anything. And you'd add a body. The body is optional, so your post can be a title if you see fit. We have the programs Rachel was talking about. So you have at least a disclaimer, some information. You scroll down, you have your applications to be a mentor or a tutor. We can also create a branch. So let's try MSD. Okay. Okay, let's create one. Hit next. Can add a banner and a profile picture also. Oh, okay, this is clear. And give it some tags. And then we can create our branch. You also have the ability to save posts and see it in your bookmarks. This can be viewed offline, so you can read a post at any time you want. You can save more than one. You could also upvote and downvote more than one at the same time. So see, here are all our saved posts. Okay, for safety, you have the ability to report a post. So you could report it. Let's say it had hate speech or discrimination. We could hit report, and that report would go directly to us, and we could mod it. Okay. So that's there's the ability to get verified. So verified users have more freedom in the app than unverified users. We have our inbox that you could use to talk to other students. And yeah, that's, we also offer a profile. You could view her profile and, okay. So this person has no posts and they didn't post any projects with us, that's fine. So this is the profile page. And that's essentially our application.
Thank you all for listening. I hope you liked our idea. And I look forward to all the university students using it.
Okay, great presentation, Paltry. We're gonna open it up to the judges.
Paltry, great presentation. My question was around the professors and the tutors. Do you have a mechanism for validating these persons? And if not, is there a review system that is built in?
So currently, the system that we have is that we're using a form where they would have to submit their resume and any certificates that they have, as well as their LinkedIn, so that we can check that. Yeah.
Okay, and any reviews?
We can do some background check, as in call their university or email their university to just confirm that they're a lecturer there. Or
User review, allowing your users on Filetree to give reviews on the persons.
So since we're targeting university students, a lot of them use a lot of social media. So we're thinking of using Discord, so we're very community-based. And in our Discord, we have different channels, so they're like different chats. And one we have is the Bug Buster, so they'll be able to tell us how they're feeling about the app, and from there we can make updates accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and a very good idea, and congrats on the work that you've done on it. So one of my questions is very similar in terms of how do you verify people that want to be a tutor or a mentor?
It's through the same form system where they would submit their resume and their certificates and their LinkedIn, and then we check, like, we email whatever organization to just confirm. Yeah.
So that confirms who they are, but I mean, in terms of their competence to tutor or mentor, how do you do that?
The persons that would select are persons who have experience tutoring or mentoring before. So a lot of universities provide mentorship. So those would be the persons we would want to select first.
Okay. My other question is, would it be a closed user group per school, or does it go across universities?
It's across universities. Any student can join FileTree, and essentially any branch. So we're not we don't have any restrictions on where you can go on FileTree. You just know there are only other students with you.
Okay. And so you use the email for the school for registration. So I take it you do a verification via email?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What mechanisms do you have in place for filtering harmful content, trigger words, or just in general inappropriate content that users might post?
Okay, so Azure provides this AI safety model. It could run the message through before posting it to our database so other users can see it. So if it fails the safety check, then we just wouldn't post it, and no one would see that that message was written to begin with.
Okay. And the forum backend that you're using, is that something that your team built from scratch, or are you using something open source?
The forum backend, the forum part, so it's also open source. Our backend is also, I guess, open source. We use OPN form for the forums, and our backend is written in Go and Pocketbase, which is an open source framework. So yeah, we're trying to go towards open source as much as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it.
Right on time. Great presentation. I think we have, who do we have next? G-Sync. Okay, thank you, Patri. Okay, so we'll take 3 minutes, allow the judges to put the scores in. And allow G-Sync to get ready. Yeah, I'm gonna grab my laptop. I'll do the next one. And I just want to say, getting to 6 groups, finalists for the CS category, was very difficult. There were many, many great presentations. There's some presentations that I still feel conflicted about cutting, me and the other pre-judges. It was a very, very close call for many, many teams. There were 30 submissions. Couldn't have asked for a better turnout. All right, you guys ready? All right. Give it 15 minutes. I'll show the 15 minutes on this time. And you can track it on the laptop. I'll have to. You'll have 2 mics. I don't know. They went over it. They went over the clip and stuff with you and how you have to go back again. I know.
Yes.
Best of luck.
How do we go into the...
Jamaica.
This is like the presentation itself. Yes. I see. All right, give it up for G-Sync.
We're gonna start with the video. Cue the music.
Jamaica, our island paradise, but polluted, dangerously dirty.
We need a solution. Something innovative. Something that works.
Help our country.
We want change.
We need geosync.
Geosync.
Geosync. Geosync.
Good morning, everybody. We are Team Geosync, and we are from the Northern Caribbean University. Now, let's meet our team members. So we have
Sidani Clark,
Adrian Tennant, and myself, Tajay Hewlett. So we also have Sean Wood and Matthew Hogarth, who unfortunately could not be here today. So, Geosync. Geosync is a progressive web application built with Laravel and hosted on Microsoft's Azure App Services platform. Now, designed as a smart waste management system, Geosync aims to partner with the National Solid Waste Management Authority to improve Jamaica's waste collection, better the environment by removing pollution, and increasing community engagement.
So what's the problem? What's the problem Jamaica is facing in regards to waste pollution is that we have infrequent garbage pickup in communities, meaning some communities have to wait up to 5 weeks before their waste is picked up. And what further exacerbates the situation is that there's a lack of notice as to when the garbage truck will be arriving to communities. So some persons' homes get missed, some waste is not prepared, so garbage workers spend up to 10 minutes in communities having to wait for people to run and place their rubbish in their bins. Also, we have frequent truck breakdowns. Recently, they got about like 100 trucks, and in my division, I heard that a truck broke down, and it caused like some service disruptions for several weeks. And also, we have inadequate weather preparation. We also have insufficient data analysis tools to make informed decisions, and we have poor end-user communication and social media platforms.
Now let's consider the impact of this problem. Firstly, because of the infrequency of garbage pickups, there's a severe waste buildup contributing to flooding in some areas. Many people then resort to burning their garbage, which contributes to the whole different problem of air pollution. Additionally, dirty beaches. This deters both locals like myself and tourists, which is significant given that tourism is a major industry in our country. This issue affects not only our beaches, but the entire environment. Affects rivers, our coral reefs, and the air like I mentioned previously. The buildup of waste also increases disease vectors, so insects like flies, rats, mosquitoes, leading to serious public health risks. So now we ask ourselves the question, what can solve these problems? Geosync can, and Geosync will. I'll now hand over to Adrian.
All right, so here we have a monolithic three-tier architecture diagram depicting the whole structure of the Geosync system. So it's a three-tier architecture diagram, meaning that it has a presentation layer that you can see up at the very top. So NSWMA workers, residents, and admin users can access the application via your mobile phone or via a browser on your Microsoft Surface laptop, wink, wink. And also, yes, and also we have the application layer, right? So the application is being facilitated by Azure App Services, and we built this application using the Laravel framework. So you can see it uses a model view control design pattern. So you can see that we have several views right there, and we have some integrations along the sides that are connected to them. So we deployed an open AI chatbot to integrate a chat assistant into our application where end users can ask questions like, how do I recycle better? How do I manage my waste well? We also are planning to use custom vision to put cameras on the trucks, take occasional snapshots from communities, and do object detection on them to assess the state of garbage as well. We plan to also implement Power BI for additional data visualization. And in the last part now, we can see that we have the data layer. So we essentially use an Azure MySQL database flexible server to facilitate the backend, and we use the Eloquent ORM that Laravel provides to interact with it. Over on the top there where you see a leaflet, that's what the dependency that we use for the maps. We're planning to use Twilio to notify. We know that persons don't really go on app. People use WhatsApp. So we plan to use Twilio to send the WhatsApp message. So we plan to use Twilio to send the WhatsApp message to users. And we also, Bootstrap was there, so we use Bootstrap for the nice styling. You'll see that soon, and I'm sure you're going to love the look of the application. We also use mixed posts. That's what we're going to use to send the messages to several social media platforms. So in continuing now, all right, so that was our three-tier architecture diagram.
All right, thank you, everyone. So now we're going to move on to our demo segment. Just a moment, please. So this segment will take the form of a narrative, and a narrative needs characters. And these characters will be Miss Yvette and Mr. Bill.
In a bustling neighborhood, Yvette, a community member, opens the GeoSync app on her phone. Curious about waste management practices, she decides to ask the AI chatbot about recycling procedures, gaining valuable knowledge in seconds. Yvette notices an old refrigerator that one of her neighbors left on the sidewalk that needs to be picked up. Using the app, she requests a large item pickup, and just like that, she receives a call not long after. Feeling proactive, Yvette also reports the illegal dumping she's seeing in her area. With just a few taps on the screen, she's also able to buy landfill tickets right from her device. Later on that day, Yvette receives a notification promoting an upcoming community event focused on waste reduction. After using the app for a while, Yvette decides to provide feedback on her experience, helping the team at GeoSync improve the system for everyone.
All right, so as the sun rises over the city, Bill, the waste management admin, logs onto the GeoSync system. With a quick glance at the dashboard, he sees the live tracking feature. Illuminating the current locations of all garbage trucks, Bill smiles, knowing that the fleet is operating efficiently today. Bill clicks on the truck to show pass routes, seeing the path the truck drivers traced during pickups, helping them visualize where they went and what coverage they had. This feature aids in ensuring optimal routes for future collections. With the live tracking view, users can also click to load the previous path map from the day before, providing valuable insights into the collection process.
Suddenly, a notification pings on the dashboard. It's a service request for a large item pickup from a resident named Miss Yvette. Bill quickly accesses the large item pickup feature to schedule the collection, ensuring the community's needs are met. Bill takes a moment to check the internal communication section to update his team about upcoming community events. He sends out notifications to users about a special waste collection initiative, ensuring everyone is informed and engaged. In just 3 minutes, both Bill and Yvette have navigated the GeoSync waste management system, showcasing the app's features from the perspective of both an admin and an end user. With real-time updates, user-friendly interfaces, and community engagement, GeoSync is transforming waste management for everyone involved. Now we'll move back to Adrian, who will speak about our future plans.
All right, so for the future plans, we actually plan to add tablets to the NSWMA trucks where they can have the application readily accessible, and they also can use an enhanced version of the GPS tracking. We plan to produce social media content more frequently. We plan to use the DALL-E 3 AI image generation model on Azure to generate content that is related to proper waste management and the best environmental practices, so users can consume that and practice it in their daily lives. We also plan to expand globally. So we know that there are a lot of developing nations out there that are struggling to manage their waste efficiently. So we plan to offer our solutions to them and help them as best as possible. And we also plan to have strategic smart bin placements, because you know, Ms. Sidani mentioned that tourists don't like the lot of garbage out there. So we could strategically place those smart bins at tourist areas so persons can use them. And we could also add a level of gamification to it so that when you use the smart bin correctly, you could receive some points via the GeoSync app and it could go towards some value. We also plan to incorporate the application in recycling factories. So it could be used to streamline certain processes, and it could be used to help manage like some IoT devices and any tedious tasks, following the whole digital transformation thing that we really want for Jamaica. And we have some, you can see that there's images are in the background to highlight what I'm saying. And also, I've mentioned it before, we plan to use custom vision to take snapshot of communities and address the issues that like actually spoke to the regional manager of the SPM region, and he's telling me that sometimes when they go to communities, or people are rushing, people are taking forever to reach to the garbage truck. And he said that the inspectors should drive around every single community and check, and that's not efficient. So we could have like this custom vision thing to check the status of waste across communities, and it overall speed up the process, and they could be focusing on much better things. So that's what we have for you today, and GeoSync, powering the path to sustainability.
Great presentation, great presentation. Very bassy voice. Let's go to the Q&A. You guys ready?
Team GeoSync, love the energy. Very important idea, so thank you for your presentation. I wanted to understand the extent to which you have identified data sources at National Solid Waste Management that would allow you to, through APIs, pull down some of the data or do the uploads that were demonstrated. So when someone takes a picture to report something, where would that actually go? Or have we not identified some of those integration requirements?
Yes, I've identified all of them. So what happens is that when you take a picture, it gets stored in the MySQL Azure database, right? And you saw that I mentioned some dependencies. So we use Apex, right, to write some logic. We actually wrote a linear regression algorithm inside a controller in Laravel, and we just pull the data from the database and give you as a nice view on the chart dashboard. So we didn't get to show the chart dashboard because there are a lot of features, and we didn't want to take up all the time. But they're actually charts that are working. We have heat maps, we have radar charts, we have bar charts and several other stuff.
Yes, that's fantastic. Love the architecture from an operational standpoint. So who is waiting to receive that data and actually take some action?
So as I said, I met with Mr. Sheldon Smith. I also talked to Mr. Donovan Williamson, who is the inspector, and they could use it to change like what communities they will be traversing through a certain day, identify what areas are producing the most waste, also to hold more community town halls and just to identify problematic communities and address the persons right there.
Okay, so the user in this case would be...
And it goes both for the admin and you as an end user as well. So if you want to know when your rubbish is coming, you'd get a notification as long as you subscribe to it.
Okay.
No, not really money, you get what I mean, but as long as you're a part of the system, you get a message.
And the monetization model for this?
Yes, so we, as we said, we'd sell it to like a government agency, and they,
All right. So the plan is to license it to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, aka the NSWMA. And for future plans, we can also, it's scalable, so we can adapt it to work in different countries, other developing nations. We can license it to their trash management or garbage agencies there. So it's, yeah, I assume that answers the question, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you guys, and I really do appreciate the national focus of this project. I think it's a fabulous idea. I'm not sure if it was because of time, but I didn't see some features that directly addressed the problem statement that you made. So for example, in terms of schedules and
yes.
all of that.
We heard that we had only 15 minutes, so we had to show the best features. But we actually have a nice schedule. I wish we could show it to you. It's all color-coded. We have week A, week B. You can see the night shift via some nice glowing icons and stuff. It's really nice. Plus, when I had the... yes. Plus, when I had the meeting with Mr. Smith, he said he really liked it, so yes. So it must be good. It must be good.
So I guess that's part of your user review. The other thing that I was a little bit concerned about, for example, if I am Miss Yvette and I wanted to be a little mischievous because my next door neighbor has had junk in front of his house for a while and hasn't moved it, what stops me from requesting a large garbage pickup and it's not really my garbage?
No, nothing stops you. You can do it for your neighbor as well.
All right, to further answer your question, if someone has dumped garbage on the sidewalk and leaves it for a long period of time, that would fall under the category of illegal dumping, which we mentioned that users or the end user can report illegal dumping, and so the NSWMA would come and remove it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Excellent presentation, team. No questions from me this time.
All right, we're gonna start that 3-minute break, kinda. Let's see, we're gonna do one more group before lunch. So that means Power Predict Jamaica will be next. And then after that, we'll break for lunch. Come back at 1 and do the next 2 groups, which is quests and routes. Right after, as we approach the end, as I said, there were many, many groups. Only 6 are presenting for the CS category today. We also had the ESG category. We didn't have that many participants, so we'll be holding a virtual finals for that separately. We'll also invite them to participate in the hackathon that was mentioned earlier by our keynote speaker, Matthew Calder. So basically, for the ESG category, we just didn't have enough participants to have a real finals to make of it today. So we decided to prioritize the CS. I apologize about the choppy communication, but that's just how it has been. Let's see, 11:27. Additionally, towards the end, we have some tables on the left side outside. That's where the booths are. There, myself, Sachin Campbell, Jody Francis, Robert McNair, Bobby Russell. There were trainers from yesterday, if you remember them. They will be there to take a look at your projects, to give you feedback, advice, possibly offer you mentorship, connect you to other people. So please make use of that. I am looking forward to seeing a lot of the presentations that may not have made it to the finals or the ESG groups, so that I can give my feedback and really give you praise and flowers. And then also, let's see, okay, talking too much. All right, y'all ready? Look at all of them before lunch. You have a time conflict? Okay, how hard is the conflict? Okay, two is fine. How about you? How's the time conflict? Okay. One is hard. Okay. There's two more. I'm gonna do the hour break until 1, and then from 1 to 2 would be the last two groups. Is there any way you can extend it to 2? Okay. What I can do is make lunch 30 minutes, and then just keep it as is. Please. Sorry about that, just logistics. All right. You guys ready? Where's the last person? It's just a 2? Okay. All right, give it up for Power Predict Jamaica.
All right, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Today we'll be presenting our project, Power Predict Jamaica, aimed at innovating for a sustainable future for our beautiful island nation. So, presenting today is myself, Joel Plummer.
And myself, Michael Bryan.
So, without further ado, let's get started. So, I'm sure you guys are familiar with Jamaica's Vision 2030 goals, which were, of course, tabled in 2009, which helped to inform our national energy policy. A key goal for us was to have 50% of the electricity which is generated in Jamaica to be from renewable energy sources by the year 2030.
And as we speak about the energy generation, where we want it to be, where are we as a country right now? As it stands as of 2024, Jamaica's renewable electricity generation currently stands at 16.5%. So we have 6 years to cover, and we're not even halfway. So it's not looking good, bruv. So now we're just going to get into our problem statement, and what we've done is to divide this into 2 halves, and now we're going to talk about Jamaica's transition to renewable energy sources has been stalled, and this has multiple impact, whether it be on an individual level, on a business level, and also on a macroeconomic level. So I'm just going to allow my group member, Joel Plummer, to go ahead and give you guys more of an insight into that.
Thank you so much, Michael. So, as Michael said, the impacts. So let's start with individuals. So, I'm sure you guys can relate to high energy costs. So due to the fact that we import a lot of our fuel and energy, this leads to the high energy costs that we experience. And this disproportionately affects the lower income class, leading to energy poverty. And to bridge this gap, they bridge light. So, and the solution that JPS gave in, placing this cost on the paying customers further exacerbates this problem. We talk about limited access in rural areas due to the fact that our current electricity grid is one that is centralized. This places our rural areas in a very vulnerable situation in terms of outages. We're seeing that currently in St. Elizabeth, where there's still parts of St. Elizabeth that still don't have electricity due to Hurricane Beryl, and that was 3 months ago. You know, we see health concerns whenever we're talking about non-renewable energy sources, fossil fuels, we're talking about burning, we're talking about air pollution, and that, you know, impacts health. So let's go on to businesses. Like individuals, the businesses experience high operational costs, which dampens their ability to compete. And in an increasingly globalizing world, we're not competing anymore with just local companies. We're competing globally. So when we're competing against companies in other countries that are further along this, you know, renewable energy transition, it's almost impossible. We're fighting a losing fight. So that also informs the next point in terms of missing opportunities for innovation. So, I mean, we're here 3 days now. We know that the main drivers of innovation, the main impactful drivers are those in technology and engineering, energy guzzling industries. So when we have high energy costs, we're already out of the fight. We can't compete. And, you know, our businesses just choose to bow out. On a macroeconomic scale, the country as a whole, economic resilience, Jamaica is very exposed to external factors such as geopolitical tensions that cause, you know, global oil prices to increase, our global reputation. When we talk about foreign direct investment, which our government has, you know, identified as a main driver for economic improvement, we're missing our sustainable energy goals. And these foreign investors, Microsoft, which is trying to come into Jamaica, you know, they analyze these things. They analyze how far we are in achieving our goals, and, you know, we're just not in a good position, as we said before. And climate risk, you know, again, we're talking about burning, and as a Caribbean country, we're extremely vulnerable to the long-term effects of climate change. But why? Why is it that we are so far along our lines? Why are we not meeting the goals? I mean, there's high costs. There's the fact that we're already dependent on these, imports. But today we're going to talk about the intermittency of the renewable energy sources. What that means is that they're not consistent. You can't just burn a solar panel. I mean, I guess you can, but you can't burn it and get energy the same way you do a fossil fuel, right? Depends on the sun. It depends on wind for windmills, hydraulics for water, right? So due to this lack of consistency, lack of predictability, people have tended to not invest in renewable energy, businesses, individuals, and the country. So that brings us to the second half of our problem statement, that Jamaica's transition to renewable energy is stalled due to the intermittency of renewable energy sources. So I'll let Michael talk about our solution.
So what our solution is Power Predict Jamaica. What is this? Artificial intelligence. We know AI. This is a machine learning tool which analyzes power source capacity, weather conditions, and other factors to accurately predict electricity generation from solar panels. And how does this solve the problem? I want to paint a picture. You know, when we use our weather applications, we're using it to provide some predictability. If it's raining, I know that I can't wear certain clothing, I can't wash today, stuff like that. So that's what we're aiming to do with Power Predict Jamaica, providing some form of predictability so we can lessen the intermittency of these renewable energy sources. So now we're just going to get into our demo. Yeah. So what Solar Predict Jamaica does is to provide accurate predictions of solar energy output given the location and the capacity of that solar panel. And this also provides our users with recommendations for solar installations. And the next slide. Thanks. So how is it that we did it? We're training our model on historical data. We have over 17,500 hours of meteorological data collected from NASA APIs, and we're using past solar electricity generation patterns so we can then have accurate predictions and calculations. And we're also using weather predictions so we can take into consideration the factors that are leading to this solar energy generation. So yeah, now we're just going to get into our demonstration. So this is the start of our page where we have the user's ability to select that location, and they're also able to input the capacity of that solar panel. And once they do that, then they're going to be able to get the prediction over the period of the next 7 days. And what this is going to seek to do now is to
give them a tabular as well as a visual representation of their output for the next several days. So we have our data here for today until the next 7 days. We're able to view this by hour. We're able to see the weather conditions that are contributing to these outputs. And we're also able to see a graph where we're giving the user that overall visual representation of how energy output looks over the course of the next 7 days. Alternatively, what we're allowing a user to do is to calculate the required capacity. And what this means is, I'm going to paint another picture, guys. So imagine you want to make the switch from solely JPS to solar panels. What we want to do is what eventually is to allow a user to maybe go onto this platform, upload their JPS bills for maybe the past few months, parse that information, average it out, so we can let these users know what capacity solar panel would you need so that you don't face any intermittency.
Yeah,
so,
and for right now, because we couldn't complete that in time, we just have a graphic here to allow users to be able to look at their JPS bill and find out how they find out the energy that they're using, and then they will be able to input it here. So let's use that example that we just saw. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, let's use 200. And we're doing it by monthly. So we're giving them, so let's give it a moment. So now we're telling this user that based on your desired monthly output, your solar capacity system needs to be 41.38 kilowatt capacity. And alternatively, what we're giving users the ability to do is to save solar panels, because we don't want them to be coming on this application over and over and putting in the same information. So we're trying to be a bit user-friendly, giving them the ability to track their predictions over their different solar panels. And this same tabular as well as the graphical representation view here seeks to say the same purpose. So that was it for our small demo. And what I'm going to lead into now is for Joel to explain to you guys the magic behind Power Predict, our architecture. How did we achieve this?
All right. So. Thank you so much, Michael. So running close on time, so I'll go speed it up. What we did, I'm sure the Microsoft people in the house are going to love our architecture diagram. It's fully an Azure-based application, fully on the cloud. What we did was to use our Azure Functions app to generate an API. And this API, as we said before, fetches historical weather data from NASA as well as historical solar output. And what it does is to do this every day at midnight to keep our stuff up to date. Then stores that in our Azure Cosmos database, which is then used to train our machine learning model, stores it in blob storage, and then on this side, when the user wakes up in the morning, wants to check their solar prediction, they do so through the Azure Static Web App, request that prediction. The blob storage is then loaded for model prediction and then paired with the weather forecast, just like you'd see in your weather app, and then return that prediction to the user. So let's talk about the big picture. 4 minutes left. Yeah, so we decided, and we've acknowledged, that the best use case for Solar Predict is to have it being sold to solar energy providers as a software as a service or even the API as a service. So what we decided to do is allow it to have different instances for different solar energy providers. This allows for greater accuracy as different solar energy providers, they have different types of solar panels, different efficiencies. So in separating these models, that allows for greater accuracy on the user end. It gives them the ability to have front-end customization. You want your thing to look a certain way for your customers, keeping in your, business, how it look for your business, right? So in terms of, and the API as a service, the prediction information can be used to do so much more. As you see here, what we did was to show an example of, being able to show you what your solar energy capacity, the solar system, the capacity should be. But there's so much more you can do with just that prediction data to say, this is how much your energy will be produced. So that is what we did as a business case. Moving forward, so we just presented an example of a billing. So, it's a subscription base, so it, goes up the size of businesses, and they get increasing amounts of functionality. So On the micro end, we see they have monthly AI model training instead of what we said before in terms of daily. So we can change that. So you have monthly, weekly, and daily on the premium end, and then they get the number of API calls. So how many times can you actually return an API call from the API and get? So you have 300, 1,000, 5,000, and in terms of storage, how much data can you store on the app? And that also talks about predictability. When you're talking about AI, the more data, the better, right? So incentive to pay more money. So want to just tie it back into what we were saying before in terms of Power Predict and the endless possibilities. We think that, yes, this is a cool hackathon project, but this is something that Jamaica needs like right now. For the past 3 days, we've been talking about Jamaica and their digital transformation, but we're so far behind in so many aspects. There can be no digital transformation without addressing our energy problem and our energy crisis, which is what it is. So Power Predict, we seek to scale it, to have wind predictions, hydroelectricity predictions, and other forms of renewable energy, as long as we can get our hands on that data. So I said that's endless possibilities for us. So yeah, so just to conclude, we said that our problem is that Jamaica's transition to renewable energy sources, renewable energy is stalled due to the intermittency of these sources of energy, and our solution being Power Predict, AI machine learning tool, which analyzes the power source capacity, weather conditions, and other factors to accurately predict electricity generation. And this can be broken up and sold separately to meet specific needs and uses. So yeah, that brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to open it up for questions right now.
Thank you, Power Predict. It's really exciting to see young people caring so much about sustainability and the environment. So kudos to you. The comparable for me here is, I would say, the JPS app, and that has created a lot of utility for customers because you can see how you're tracking for the month and scale back and so forth as needed. So what plans do you have to, in addition to predicting, providing other insights, especially because this is machine learning based, so that users can alter their behavior? So it's not just, oh, here's the data, but what do you foresee them being able to do as a result of being empowered with the insights from your application?
Right. So an idea for that, which immediately comes to mind, and again, just time and scope of our project for the hackathon, is that, in conjunction with working with these solar energy providers, we could have, those devices that, you put onto where you plug in like a fridge or your ironing, right? So that would help to track how much electricity that specific device is drawing. So in addition to, telling you how much energy you'll have, this will tell you, your fridge is drawing too much energy and you need to lock it off at a certain point in the night. You're watching too much TV. So ideas like that is, how we, so just really in conjunction as we flesh it out and as we scale with these energy providers, again, there's just endless possibilities. I could go on, but we don't have enough time.
All right, thank you. And again, a national focus project. Really, really enjoyed it. My question to you is, your problem statement spoke about the intermittency of power. In allowing the predictability, and I saw it was up to 7 days, how does that address the problem of intermittency? So now you have the knowledge that it's going to go up and down, but with a window of only 7 days, how can they fix that?
Right. So just to add some clarity, so the 7-day window is a restriction that was placed on us because we're students and we don't have any money. So the APIs that we use that provide, months and months of weather prediction, as long as we can get access to that, instantly we can provide, up to 6 months of, predictions. As it relates to the intermittency, just to reiterate, the problem statement is actually that the intermittency stalls or transition. So intermittency is natural when it comes to renewable energy. It's not something you can solve. You know, if the sun goes down, you won't be able to predict to use your solar panel. What we're trying to do is to put the power back in our hands to say, I'm not, just because it's intermittent, I'm not gonna invest. I know, you know, so, you know, as opposed to going fully solar, I know that, all right, I can afford to go 50% solar, you know, when you're talking about business. I can afford to, you know, at least move us further along that track to get to that 50%. So that's really what we're trying to do.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, team. Having designed the model, how accurate have you found your predictions to be?
So a major limitation that we had in terms of designing it, and this is really a proof of concept here today, is that the solar data is actually largely proprietary. So we have to actually go to these, you know, solar companies and ask them, and believe me, we tried, but they just weren't open to, you know, giving it to us just for a demonstration. But they were very keen on, you know, like, you know, if you actually do it, we'd be here to, you know, support. So in terms of accuracy, what we did was to, you know, use a lot of research to, you know, develop an algorithm that, you know, is very general. So in terms of accuracy and being able to test it in the real world, that's a limitation that we really weren't able to overcome in the short time span that we were given, but it's definitely one that is on the high priority list for moving forward.
Okay, and while you don't currently have integrations with smart plugs, does the application, say for example, when the user enters what their expected capacity is for the month, do you correlate that with the predictions to then alert the user if energy production,
too much.
Yeah, if energy production is going to be below what their actual required is for the month? Do you have any alerts for that?
Well, currently we don't have the use case to like set up like I need this, but that's an excellent. Thanks you so much for that suggestion. That's definitely something we should add, like, you know, to say I need this for the week or I need this for the month, and then, you know, integrate it with smart plugs to say, hey, you're just using too much based off of, and, you know, to branch off of that, we can also have like an average to say, you know, on average your solar panels produce X amount a week, and, you know, this week is a much below average week, so, you know, you have to really conserve. So those are very good insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Right on time? You good. All right, so right now we're going to take a little break, but let's see the format of this. One, food will be out there by the table. Please line up orderly, pick your food up. I don't think you're allowed to eat in this hall, so find somewhere to eat, and then, wait, Is that true? Okay, amendment. You are allowed to eat in here, as long as you pick up your trash and put it back outside in the trash bin. Please be orderly. We're going to break for 1 hour, well, 55 minutes. We'll be back in here at 12:45 and ready to go. Quests and routes, please get ready, don't leave. These are some exciting presentations, and we have I believe there is an event today afterwards, so there's a party by the So, no, I'm saying, I think somebody from the school allowed you to eat in here, not me. I'm not taking liability. So please make sure your trash is out within the next 10 minutes. We're going to get restarted. Just be kind to your fellow
If everybody could sit down, we're going to get started in just a minute.
No, we need the second mic. Give them the second mic because they probably have to go back up as well. All right.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah. Is everybody ready? Everybody full? Energized? All right, we're going to start with our next group. This project is Quests.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes. First, I'd like to introduce everyone. I'm Jordan Spence. This is Rihanna Henningham.
Sadiq Thompson.
Kimani McLeish.
And I'm Dimitri Lee.
Yes, and we'll be presenting Quests. Dimitri will tell you a bit more about it.
All right, so before we get into the full thing, I just want to give you guys like a brief scenario. So I'm a first year here at UTech, right? And so coming here, I found difficulty socializing and networking with my peers, right? So that's kind of where the idea of Quest came from, right? Quest is essentially a map-based API progressive web application that provides you with a face-to-face and spontaneous task to do with others, right? So I will just hand back over to Jordan so he can further present. We'll save more in details for the demo.
I'm going to speak on the impacts of Quest. What is the issue that we're solving? Social media and technological devices are causing many individuals to struggle with networking and face-to-face connections, leading to social anxiety and awkwardness. The people impacted. People suffering from social anxiety and others who find great difficulty in networking and forming connections and socializing. When does this problem manifest? Social isolation and anxiety are prevalent issues where individuals avoid meaningful interactions and activities due to fear of being perceived. They're afraid of how they'll be seen, so they tend to avoid certain social interactions. This problem tends to occur in universities where people face social issues affecting them in the classroom, common areas, dormitories, and it often causes anxiety and prevents connection, a meaningful connection between students and peers. Addressing this issue is vital for improving mental well-being, social connectivity, community, academic and professional collaborations, and fostering an inclusive environment. By providing a platform like Quest, we can help individuals overcome social barriers, reduce anxiety, and foster a more vibrant and supportive culture as we connect with one another. This is our solution.
All right, so I'll be talking about our solution. So Our solution aims to combine the online and in-person interaction, which reduces the anxiety of social interactions. It also encourages outdoor activities by bringing people together and providing a means for people to easily network. So I'm going to go up now and give you a demo real quick. Excuse me. All right, so here's our landing page, as you can see, promoting daily connections and making networking easier than ever. Like that. I'll get started. And we're gonna log in like this. So, don't mind the cats. All right, so, hold on. There, we can go now. All right, so to summarize, Dimitri.
All right, so right here, we're going to go on to the profile section. And here you can see the basic user profile. You have the name of the user, the username. You can have the option to edit the profile. So Kim, could you do that real quick, please?
All right, give me a second. Here we go.
All right, so here you can update your name, your username, the bio. You can, and furthermore, you can change your profile photo, right? We're not going to get into that right now because, yeah, but it works. So afterwards, so let's say we change our name. See, we press save, you get a notification in the top of your screen. And furthermore, the whole basis of quests, in the profile section, you're going to see quests that you're currently on, as well as to see your history of everything. So you have a log of all the quests you've done or been doing. You're going to see it right here in the recent quests. We haven't done any quests as yet, so it hasn't popped up. So we'll circle back to that in a bit.
Mm-hmm. So over here, obviously settings, where we privacy matters to users. So the way it works is that it uses the map, as you can see to the right, and it uses precise location using Mapbox API. Obviously, it would be not the best to have your location always visible to every single person in a radius or whatever. So what we did is that we allowed this so you can control how and who sees your location at times. So when you actually want to go out on a quest with someone or just go out, make your friends see where you're at, you can decide to toggle it between having like maybe your friends see your location, you alone, you can also go over here to this list and have certain users be the only ones that are allowed to see your location. And there's this light and dark mode to help you with your eyes here and there. So here's the connections. All right, so connections pretty much, it keeps tabs of the friends and also the people that would be on the app. So over here, I had sent out a friend just now to take a run. We have the app also on mobile that you can access, and soon you'll be able to see her location on the map. And yeah, so you can friend users, you can talk with users over here, like this. You can't see that. But yeah, so yeah, and over here is the main aspect, which is quests. So just now, my friend has sent the quest. As you can see, quest available tutoring. All right, hold on. Receive. I probably refresh the page. All right, so why is it not showing? Oh, so, it's on the wrong account. She sent it on my account too, but as you can see, the quest was available. To summarize, she sent me a quest called tutoring. So pretty much what you can do is that you can send a request on the map and other users will be able to see that request. So say, for example, I have a test upcoming and I need help with tutoring ASAP. So I can send a request on the map, and what it will do is that it will notify every user on campus that make sure that their location is available, that, hey, I need help with tutoring, with map, and the time frame would be around 30 minutes. And what we do is that I would be able to accept this request, and then it would route me to the user. So it seems that what she had done is that signing onto my same account, which is why it's in my sent rather than my receipt. So give me a second to log out real quick and use another account. Bob@gmail.com. Yeah, he does. Close this. So over here, receive, and here it is, right, this. So give it a second for the map to load. Sometimes it can take a while. So what I can do is that I can accept the quest. It says quest accepted. Let's see, zoom in. It seems the internet connection is affecting her location, being visible, but as you can see that as a different user, it's receiving my pinpoint location. And what, to summarize, these cats were for was that this would be like a quest feed. So what it would do is that there would be a thumbnail in which you would take a picture, for example, use this camera component to take the picture, and you can create a thumbnail to like maybe help users tell you, show users where you are right now, or something to like attract them in regards to like helping you with this quest, you know? So it's a thumbnail in the sense. And over here is where you go over to create the quest and everything. So tutoring, discrete math, again. Time frame, 15 minutes, and then boom. Public quest, create quest. And then there, you create the quest and it's sent out to the other users locally, and I'm sure right now she would see that notification that tutoring is available. So far that is what it covers for the demo. Take the picture, you know, choose your aspect ratio. No, not yet. But yeah, all right. So far it's still in its developmental stages because, as I said, we had a bit of time constraint. It took us around 3 weeks to fully fix up this app and everything. As you can see, your recent quest does keep track of all the quests that you've done so far. So tutoring, which I just sent out, and tutoring needed, which my friend had just gave me earlier. Oh, I just realized the bio. All right, anyways. So over here, and yeah.
So the future of quests. So merchant monetization. So basically, in the future, we plan to put a merchant account where users could make it like a product placement. So therefore, you could sign up and you will have a special marker located for you on the map where you could post your products and services on the feed, which will then be shown from the other users on the app, and then you could purchase and so. The next slide. With that feature, there's also going to be a user monetization. So therefore, there's going to be certain quests or tasks that will take microtransactions and cash deposits, you know, tutoring and errand running and other sorts. And SOS. So we are university students, and most of us here commute, and some live on dorm. We think it's going to be safer for, to see. Let's say it's on Apple. You know, location, if you're in trouble, you send an SOS by clicking a button. But it works over all devices, so you don't have to worry about which specific device you're on. And by that, you could request help, and your friends on the app will see it and see if they can assist you. Quests.
Thank you, Quests. All right, we're gonna head straight into the Q&A. We're gonna hand it off to our 3 judges. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Quests team. I love the identification of a problem that has been recognized globally, meaning the anxiety among young people, which means that this could potentially be something that you export globally. I wasn't quite clear in terms of the tutoring example and the connection between the social anxiety. So is this primarily a platform for persons to be able to connect socially, or is there another component? Explain how the tutoring comes into play for me, please.
All right, so essentially when she brought up the tutoring, it was talking about the future of Quest. So with the tutoring, it's a case where we plan to, going forward, allow, not even just tutoring in general, certain tasks might require more time, more effort, so on and so forth. So as a person with that you're social awkward, socially anxious, you don't necessarily want to go out your way to bother someone by walking and saying, hey, can you help me with this? So essentially, it's providing you to reward someone for helping you with something. That's essentially what we plan to do in the future. That's why she brought up the tutoring and errand running as an example. So at its base, yes, Quest is to help with social anxiety, and it's more of a social app.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Great products and congrats on the work that you've been doing. My question is more around how do you control who sees your quests? So there was a button there I saw for public, you could click for public. But are there any smaller groups that you can create that would, because maybe for certain things you're okay with it being public, but other problems you might want it to be like just your friends group or something, and I have somebody behind me guiding me. Security reasons, for example, as well. What was the consideration there? How do you control who sees your quests and who responds?
Well, that's actually the thing. The reason why I say public is because you also have something called private quests, where you can send it to one user or more than one user that you want to help assist you. So public quests is quests that would go out on the map itself to every single user that allow for them to pick up the public quest itself. And private quests would be towards specific users that you choose. We also had a tag system where you could add tags to your profile, such as gaming, education, cooking, whatsoever, so that we would have made the quests so that you can filter quests towards those specific tags if you want, to socialize in different ways, professional or more casual.
And just to further clarify, there in the settings, if you saw earlier, there was a privacy option. He brought it up where you can have it be a case where, as he said, only everyone sees your location on the map itself. You can make it be select friends. You can make it be a select person, for example, by selecting the user, right? So apart from just the private and public quests, there's also a way to make your profile itself public and private to secure your location.
All right, thank you.
Since your primary goal is to break the social anxiety, do you have any features right now that prompt or encourage inactive users to participate?
No, not
Maybe using random quests, for example, because they could download the app, but that social anxiety is still there for them to actually get involved.
All right, so currently there is some means for that, because that's essentially the basis of sending the quest, because it's like, okay, I'm here, my class is finished, and I want to go grab food, right? I don't want to go alone because I'm scared of walking alone, scared of seeing people staring, whatever the case is. I can provide an opportunity for someone to come with me, for an opportunity to meet someone new, to share an experience, to connect, to network, right? Because especially as university students, it's all about networking. It's who you meet, the people you meet. So that's kind of also contributing towards the basis of everything.
Okay, do you have any plans for a leaderboard, or in general, what kinds of gamification are you looking to bring to the platform in the near future?
I was gonna say something like daily quests, like, for example, I was on social media and they do these funny videos where, oh, do this activity today, that's the mission for today. So I was saying that maybe some smaller tasks like interact with 2 new people today, like 2 new users that you've never gone on quest on before, to make it a little bit fun. And also, along with the camera component that you see, the reason it wasn't exclusively attached to the quest modal is because we want to make it so that you can also share pictures with your friends to see what you're doing on a quest. Give them a little update on what's happening, what you're going on about with. It's similar to like how Lockit would operate. You understand? Lockit.
All right, thank you very much. I like the direction.
All right, thank you.
Where's the mic? Great. Okay. Before we introduce the last group routes, I want to just clarify some things. So after this presentation and after the Q&A, we'll be having the open area in order to review other products that did not make it to the finals for both ESG and CS. And we would like to to introduce the new?
Yes, we have two other people that we want to make sure we highlight that they are here. So we have Christopher Record. We did meet him on Wednesday. So just to give a quick 30-second co-pilot broken down summary on Christopher. He's a seasoned technology expert with over 30 years of experience in cybersecurity and IT. He is the co-author of Successful Digital Transformation, Your World, Your Business, Your Life Reimagined, and currently serves as an advisor and consultant helping organizations grow through customized business blueprints and digital transformation. Chris chairs the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force and the Data Protection Oversight Committee in Jamaica. A wine enthusiastic. He writes weekly columns for Jamaica's Observer and conducts wine education events. Thanks for coming, Chris. And then we also have Armando Cox. So he is the founder and CEO of Resol IT Limited, an award-winning IT solutions company celebrating 19 years of success. He is also the president of Jamaica's Technical and Digital Alliance, JTDA, the premier technology association in Jamaica. With over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Cox has expertise in service management, strategy, and digital transformation. He has led numerous IT projects, including Technology for Change with Microsoft and Technology in Education. Recognized for his entrepreneurial mindset, he volunteers in schools and nonprofits believing in technology's power to improve lives. Thank you for being here, Chris. Armando, I'm looking at Chris.
All right, and they'll be here to look at the presentations and the projects at those tables over there. So don't leave, right after that Q&A.
Pick their brain,
And pick their brain, please do. So just to, you know what's going on. During that time, we'll be collecting the scores and going over that to make sure everything's fine. And within that next 30-minute window? Yep. 30-minute window, we're gonna announce the winners. So that will take some time, and that will be happening in here parallel to that. So feel free to roam around and look at the projects, everyone. Without much more talking, no more talking, we're gonna introduce Routes. Y'all ready? All right, so Routes.
Is someone coming down here?
Yeah, y'all need a mic? Okay, they're coming. Yeah, you can run it. Can you give one?
Hello? Good.
Start from the first slide. All right, guys. Good afternoon. Okay. So today we'll be presenting on my group's Hackathon solution, Routes, the ultimate transportation solution for Jamaica. So we have a short video for you guys, so bear with us.
Picture yourself in paradise navigating a transportation nightmare. Welcome to Kingston, Jamaica, home to stunning beaches, vibrant culture, and a public transport maze. Tourists, you know the struggle. You step off the plane, raring to explore, but the transportation system, it's like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. No Uber, no InDrive, just a lot of confusion and frustration. Local commuters aren't any better off. They deal with inefficiencies, delays, and safety concerns every single day. Imagine trying to get to work or school without real routes. It's a mess. The solution, a reliable transport app, one that offers real-time updates, fair pricing, and easy navigation. It's not just a want, it's a need. Tourists get their dream vacation without the transit nightmare, and locals enjoy a smoother, safer commute. Kingston deserves better. Let's make transit stress-free for everyone. Because when it comes to getting around, convenience should never be a luxury.
All right. So What is the solution to this problem, you may ask? Well, this is where our fix comes in. Routes is a comprehensive public transportation app designed to provide real-time information on Jamaica's bus and taxi services. Whether you're a local, a tourist, or a traveler from another parish, Routes empowers you with features like fare transparency, landmark-based navigation, and real-time route tracking. Our goal is to ensure that every journey is safe, affordable, and efficient.
Testing. All right, so what is the problem? It's accessing public transportation. In Jamaica, the government has assigned taxi routes that the taxis are allowed to use. So it's not like in other countries where you can stop a taxi, tell them your destination, and they'll be able to just take you there. If you do that, it would be considered a private charter. In order to navigate Jamaica, you need to be able to know where to find these taxis. And as you travel along your path, they'll let you off at the end of one route, and you need to take another taxi to the other route. That information is not known by a lot of people unless you're from Jamaica. For example, if you want to get from halfway tree to UA, there's not a route that goes from halfway tree to UA. There's a route that goes from halfway tree to Papine, and then you'll have to take another taxi from Papine to UA, even though some taxis still run the route from halfway tree to UA, but that is not a legal route. So our platform, it would provide you with the information to say, okay, if you want to go to UA from halfway tree, you take the taxi, go to Papine, and then you take another taxi and go to UA. It will show you landmarks nearby. It would give you the location of the bus stops and images. Next.
Picture yourself in paradise navigating a tram.
All right, so this is the structure of routes. We use a number of services which are connected to a discovery server against the configurations. And the front end, which we built it, React, is used to communicate to these services to get the information that is needed. And we have a service that we are using for each entity. So for locations, bus stops, landmarks, routes, we have services handling all of that information and sending it to the front end where it is displayed using Azure Maps. Next. Yeah, go back. All right, key features is comprehensive transportation information. So as I mentioned before, it would tell you if you want to get from Portland to Kingston, it would tell you where each bus stops are, where you're gonna come off, how much it's gonna cost, and give you landmarks, images, pointers, etc. to help you to get from point A to point B. So fare transparency and enhanced navigation with the landmarks. Next. Safety and route monitoring. With the routes app, you'll be able to tell if the driver is taking you on a public transportation route or if they're taking a private route that they shouldn't be taking. You'd also be able to tell where your stop is supposed to be, where the driver is supposed to let you off. And it bridges information gap. Many people in Jamaica, when they want to travel from Portland, for example, to Kingston, they are not aware of how to do it. This app would help them to do that by providing them the information of the first bus stop that they have to take. So from Portland to Kingston, there's a number of stops, of designated bus stops where you have to get a vehicle to go to the other bus stop. It will provide that information, give you a guide, show you images, etc. And also, the application helps to induce environmental sustainability, with more people taking public transportation rather than having to charter a private vehicle. Less congestion, less traffic, and a greener environment. Why road stands out, as mentioned before,
I feel like there's a lot of noise in the background. If we could all just be respectful. This is the last presentation. They worked really hard on this, and they deserve your full attention, or at least the silence, all right? You'll get like an extra 2 minutes, all right?
Okay, so why road standouts? It fills a gap, as mentioned. The main use case of this application is really to tell you how to get from point A to point B using public transportation. There's not a lot of information available online or anywhere that gives you this information. You'd have to source a private charter and pay a lot of money, which is expensive. Also, tourism is Jamaica's largest industry, and many tourists would have to spend a lot of money to pay for private charter to take from the airport to wherever their destination is. With this application, not just tourists, but locals as well, would be able to determine, okay, I can take a taxi here, it is supposed to let me off here, and I'll be able to get a taxi at this drop-off point to go to another one, to another one, to another one. And that would all be using public transportation, which would be very cheap. So people in rural areas would be able to travel more often, would be able to go to places that they wouldn't usually be able to go to. And as well as tourists, they'll be able to navigate Jamaica on their own, explore more, get a better experience, and so on. Next. Helps unfamiliar travelers, as I mentioned before, promotes public transportation usage, and it is scalable, not just for Jamaica. Future vision is to integrate AI to help us add routes and have the users be able to customize routes and so on. Next. Next. Right, so the future vision would be multi-country expansion. Many countries in the Caribbean operate the same. We don't really have Uber. Even though it exists, there's a ban on it. People shouldn't be using it. We don't really have Uber and InDrive. Those are two applications we have, but they are banned. People still use them, so it's illegal to use those. This application would help to solve that problem by providing you with the information you need, and it would also be cheaper than you taking an Uber, and it would be you using public transportation routes. So the main idea is cheaper travel using public routes assigned by the government, which should be cheaper and makes it easier for people to navigate. Mobility as a service, real-time tracking of the vehicle you are in, enhanced security features such as a panic button and being able to tell when the vehicle deviates from the route that the government has assigned. Those are all future visions for this application. Next. So Routes is more than just an app. It's a solution that addresses the key transportation challenges in Jamaica, which is getting from point A to point B cheaper, safer, and more convenient. Now on to the demo. Trying to get the demo up. Trying to get the demo up.
Yeah, with us, guys.
All right. Ready? Okay, so this is a demo of the Routes application. This is the main page. It displays the Microsoft Azure app, and we have some preconditioned routes that you can select from. These are all routes in Kingston. If the user isn't logged in, this is what they will see. And once they select a route, it will show them the starting point and the ending point, which would be your current location. It will take your current location and show you the road starting from there to the destination, which is halfway tree. It also shows you, it's drawn on a public road, the same road that is assigned by the government. Now, if the user logs in, if the user have an account and they log in, they'll be able to select a route, which would also be the preconditioned routes that we have in there, and these preconditioned routes we're taking from the Transport Authority's website. Once that is selected, it will show you the route from the starting to the ending, how much it is supposed to cost you, and where you're going to come off, and the number of transfers. So as you can see, it's just from one point to the other. That means there are no transfers. It's just one vehicle you'll be taking to traverse this road. It shows that the number of transfers, and it shows how much it's supposed to cost, as well as for other roads. Back. Also, if you're logged in, you'll be able to plan a route, which allows you to insert. It will take your current location, ask you where you're headed, and then it will show you the road from your location to the destination, how much it is supposed to cost you, the number of transfer that is usually required, and where your stop will be. Back. The user can also see their activities, the routes they have confirmed since they have been using the app. And the safety alert is a part of our future vision, where once you are in the vehicle and traveling, it will track your device and notify you once that vehicle deviates from the public road that it should be traveling on. Then it will be the user's responsibility to speak to the driver and ask them why the deviation is happening. And come off the vehicle, so it would be safe. Once the vehicle deviates, you'll be notified, and you can stop the vehicle and exit, or ask the driver why he or she is deviating. There's a section in this application as well where you'll be able to go and see all the roads. All of these roads that we have here are roads that are assigned by the Transport Authority, and they all have taxi stands. Taxi stands are also bus stops, but there's a difference between bus stops and taxi stands here. Taxi stands is an area you can go to get taxis to go to multiple different roads. A bus stop is just somewhere you can stand up and stop a vehicle. So this shows you all the fares that the government has assigned for all the routes that they have created, and these are routes that taxi drivers have to register when they get their PPV license. They have to register to traverse one of these roads. And that is the end of the demo, I think. A longer route. We only have routes for Kingston for now. Yeah, currently. And they are short, relatively. We don't have any transfer routes. Any questions, concerns, or queries?
All right, so we'll jump into the Q&A.
Thank you, Team Routes. Thank you for your composure and for a very strong presentation and a build. So I wanted some clarification, because a lot of the presentation spoke about taxis. Can you actually find a bus route using this app as well?
Yes, so in Jamaica, the the buses and taxis are classified relatively as the same
Yes.
taxis. So a bus route is the same as a taxi route.
So would you provide the number? Because I know they have something like this in Canada, and they actually tell you what bus number, so you get on the right bus number, it alerts you when to get off, and so forth.
Yes, that can be facilitated. However, the problem is that only in Kingston the buses have numbers.
Ah, okay. That could be
it's
a
only
problem.
in the city, yeah. And it's only the government buses as well, and it's not only the government buses that traverse these roads.
Okay, understood. And last question. A lot of this presumes that Uber and rideshare services will continue to be banned. What does this business model look like if that is not the case?
We do not believe Uber and these other applications would be any competition because it's not paying for private ride sharing. So regardless of if Uber is banned or if it's not, doesn't affect this application because it's not a ride sharing app. It is an application to allow you to traverse the island cheaper. So if you still decide that you want to take an Uber private ride, that is fine. But if you want the cheaper medium, you want to take a taxi, be able to walk on the road, traverse and so on, you'd use this application. It would tell you where to get the taxis to go where you want, and the revenue model would be freemium. We would have ads, and hopefully in the future we would also look into working with businesses. For example, we plan to have something where we can integrate a business. So if you want to go to NCB Bank or a restaurant, you could use this application to pre-plan your route and also schedule your appointment, or if it's a restaurant, you would buy your ticket. I think it would work well for attractions. If you're going to a park or attraction park, you would be able to book your ticket through that and would get some commission from it. And it will show you how to get there using a public transportation because it is very expensive to take Uber or InDrive or just charter a taxi. It's very expensive.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I want to continue to commend the teams that are looking at national problems. I think this is a good app that can impact not just tourists and so on, but our actual citizens. So really good job.
Thank you.
My question is around the customized routes. So for example, if I think about somebody coming in from one of our rural parishes, they only have an address of where they're going.
Right.
Where would that get facilitated? Because you've kind of put in the fixed routes there, and if the beginning and the end name is not familiar to me, I probably won't know that that's the route I need to take. So how will I know which one to take?
All right, so if you're traversing from a rural area, what would happen is it would take your current location and then it would show you where the closest taxi stand is to your current location. And you are aware of what the taxi stands are, right? Then, for your destination, it's a map, it's Azure Map API, so it should be able to find your address. If you type an address in, it should be able to find it, or at least nearby to it, and then it would take you to a taxi stand that is closest to your, see, like that?
Mm-hmm.
To take you, the map is
I want to see the end.
loading it. Right, so it should be able, the API should be able to find your address and then it would show you the closest bus stop to it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonderful concept team.
Thank you.
My question, in periods of congestion, do you have the capability to propose alternate routes that may be longer but due to less traffic, ultimately faster?
The way, how we design the application, alternate routes do not exist. The only routes that we have, the only routes that we are going to show you are the routes assigned by the government.
What I meant was, so let's say you want to get to halfway tree from here, but could you use a route that goes somewhere else and then from there to halfway tree to avoid the traffic? Can you make those kind of suggestions?
We haven't implemented that, but it could play a part in the future vision to have AI being able to map the roads together and determine that, hey, you can still take this path. But for now, it will just show you one road from point A to point B on the government assigned public road.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Stay. Okay. So the judges are going to deliberate and put their scores in, but we're going to allow some comments from the additional mentors today, if you don't mind. Do you mind?
No.
Let's comments. Look, as was said by the judges, great idea. Shillette said when you're tackling public national issues, fantastic. The JUTC just added 100 new buses to their routes. Matter of fact, just yesterday, I had a discussion with a developer around approaching the JUTC around some sort of a application exactly like this. So I'm sitting on here looking, I'm like, okay, all right, I know these guys are still at school, but is there an opportunity to come and have a discussion that maybe you guys should be presenting? Don't know, you know? I don't know. So I think your product has future. Right? I think it has some future.
Yes, we'll be open to.
Amazing. My thought is, while you were demonstrating the app, a lot of things went off in my head, and I'm like, wow, there's so much opportunities that you could explore. To kind of add, and those probably could come in phases, like down the road. A thought that came to me that could probably add more usability is probably scheduling. And I'm thinking, Chris mentioned that extra bus that maybe if you were able to put a GPS in those buses, obviously with collaboration, and then you would have a timestamp for every bus stop.
We thought about that idea, but as I had spoke about before, because the JUTC buses are only in Kingston, it's kind of like it's
maybe a pilot,
niche.
and then eventually. But yeah, man, got you. Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna pause and we're gonna head over there to look at the projects. Finalists are also welcome to share their projects there and talk one-on-one with anybody, in the Project Blue Mountain shirt, trainers, mentors, judges, pretty much, pick people's brains, share your thoughts, get feedback. And we will announce when we're going to announce the winners, but that will take a few minutes, probably half an hour. Thank you.
goosebumps every time. Today is my favorite day. It brought me to tears today. And that, you saw. So this is a very special moment for not just me, but all the members of PPM and Hands of Unison. But speaking of the Blue Mountains, we use that term a lot. Does anyone know why we're called Project Blue Mountain? Not Shanique, not Shanique. Does anybody know why we use that term all the time? Young man. I like that. I like that. Anybody else want to go? Why are we called Project Blue Mountain? All right, I'll help you out. This wasn't a Jeopardy question, right? But we can get that young man for, I like that one. The Blue Mountains are the highest peaks in Jamaica. And part of what we're trying to do is take Jamaica to new and higher heights. That's part of what we are. And that's why Project Blue Mountain is what it is, right? Very simple. So for those who don't know, my name is Shane Patterson. I'm a technical program manager at Microsoft. Been there for about 3 years. I'm a TPM in the Solution Engineering Organization. So our group is about 1,100 folks, 800 of which are software developers. So I'm around software developers all day, right? And I look forward to being around some of you one day, right? I grew up 9 miles from here on Spanish Town Road in Washington Gardens. And coming here again is a full circle moment. And before we announce the winners, I also wanted to thank all the folks who made this possible, right? There are so many hands that made this possible, and I wanted to thank everyone, right? So I'm going to start with the university staff, right? So this is our first year having 3 universities, right? This has been a UTech thing for so far, and as much as David White, I know, loves that, we wanted to share the love, right? So this is our first year spending in 3 universities, and we'll continue expanding, right? So I wanted to just thank UTech, David, Sean Thorpe, President Brown, and all the staff for the work you've done in making this possible again. And for those who don't know, we actually had a different venue picked out up till, what, a month ago? 3 weeks ago. It wasn't supposed to be here. It was a whole different venue. And for a lot of reasons, that venue didn't work out. And David, you know, man, you jumped through fiery hoops to make this happen. So I want to thank UTech and the staff for making this happen. So thank you, David. I also wanted to thank Yui, right, for being a part of the ride to expand into different universities. So Dr. Gaynor, Daniel Folcom, and the staff, thank you so much for helping us make this a reality. And for the folks who came the furthest, NCU. Damian Mitchell and the staff, thank you for making this happen. I know it wasn't easy. You guys found a way to make it happen. And your presence here helps to expand and prove out the business model we're trying to do here. So thank you so much. Right? I want to thank the speakers, right, all across all 3 days. Our keynote speaker on day 1 is the first record here. Right? Pierre Hintz from Microsoft, who left, but had a really intimate conversation with folks, right? Candid conversation. Ooh, you got that, right? That was very good. And Nicole McLaren Campbell. How was that talk? That was phenomenal, right? Rashida Hajj, moderated by Sarah Cole and Destiny Marshall. That was phenomenal. And of course, today's keynote speaker, Matthew Calder, which announced our quarterly hackathon series, right, with prize money beyond what we can even give here today, right? So phenomenal work to all our speakers, right, all of the trainers and such, right? I want to thank the vendors, right, the catering. How was the food this week? And my favorite price. So I wanted to thank Ivy Jerk and Le Cafe 3B for breakfast and for lunch and for just reminding us how good Jamaican food really is. So thank you for the team. I wanted to thank Hot Off the Presses for the checks, who I can see in a second. So big checks, literally big checks. And then I also wanted to thank our transport team, Royal Star Tours, for getting us back and forth safely and navigating the roads. Some of us were not used to Jamaican traffic and how close some of the cars came. It can't fit. Oh, they didn't fit. Okay. Yeah, a lot of that happened all week, so I want to thank the tours for making that happen, right? And I want to thank the students for your attention and your time. Especially for those who weren't finalists, right, who came out to support. your classmates. Thank you for being here. And being here, hopefully you can see yourself on the stage one day, right? You got to see it to believe it sometimes. Thank you to the students. I wanted to move on to thank yous to my Microsoft team, right? And when I call your name, I'd like you to stand, right? There's so many hands that made this event possible. I'm going to start with Bobby Russell. Where are you? Thank you, Bobby. Already standing, Danielle Pinnock. Thank you so much. He's standing, remain standing. Danielle is our logo master. Yeah. This is her brainchild right here. Deandra Brown. Outside helping as she always is. Defani Veneru. Is Defani in the building? Has he left? Okay. All right. Jolene Walker. Thank you so much for listening to the presence here. Jody Francis. Where's Jody? There you are. That's Jody. All right. Mel Morgan. Where's Mel? I know. So, there he is. Yes. Mel Morgan. Ortegas Winfrey. Ortegas. Boom, boom. Ortegas in the back. Always over down. Peter Jarrett. Where's Peter Jarrett? You outside? Okay, let's get some folks in here, right? I don't want to miss this. Sachin Campbell, our MC for the Hackathon. No relation, Shauna K. Campbell. Thank you so much, Shauna K. Right, for your presence here. Tess Bryan, thank you, Tess, for being here. Ryan Bailey, where's Ryan? Is Ryan yet? Ryan, thank you so much for being at Grace Kennedy and giving a phenomenal keynote speech from what I heard, right? And then getting over here to do this, and then bringing prizes with you, right? Thanks, Rowan, I appreciate it. And all the others who couldn't be here, but their fingerprints are all over this. So Ralph Bonds, one of our trainers, Joanne Reed, who had to leave early, Rosa Swaby, and a few others who touched this, right? Also wanted to thank, where's Ali? Here, Ali Stafford. Thank you so much, Ali. Laquita Ridley, where are you? Is she still outside? Is she outside? Okay, again, get them in here. And the most honorable woman in tech, Miss Tish Scarborough. No, I need Tish in the building. Where is Tish? Inside, where's Tish? There she is! Thank you so much, Tish, for making this happen. All right? I didn't miss anyone, did I? Laquita, thank you so much for making this honor. I also wanted to thank our Joining Hands in Unison team, right? So Dwayne Pinnock, he's here. Alicia Sims, Iris Sauter, Maureen Pinnock. Pinnock's nothing. Roger Henry. Is he here? Top. Yeah, got him. Right. Ramona White. And I'm not overstating this, but this event would not happen without Ruth Ann. If you want a question answered, ask Ruth. If she doesn't have the answer, it's still right. I don't know how you do it. Thank you, Ruth, for all the tireless effort. I want to thank the PPM leadership team, right? The folks who are in the trenches with me. And I know in STEM, a lot of our work, actually before I jump to LT, let's thank all the Microsoft folks who are standing. Thank you again for your time. We'll do a group shot. Yeah, we'll do a group shot. I guarantee we're going to do a group shot, right? But I know some folks are trying to beat traffic, so we're going to keep pressing, right? I guarantee you we're going to get a group shot, right? I was going to see. So we spent most of this week in STEM, and we focused a lot on engineering, right? But for a second, I want to move towards the S for a little bit. I want to move towards science. And I want to move towards biology, really. team that work together, and no one part is greater than the other, but we all need each other. And he's not here today, but his presence is felt. The head of PBM, Dr. Peter Walker. Peter guides us and gives us looking in the right direction. And he also reminds us the right direction isn't always forward, because sometimes you have to look to your right and to your left to see who you're on the journey with, right? And sometimes you gotta look back and see how far you've come, and to make sure you don't leave anyone behind. And Peter reminds us of that. So he's the head of PBM, and I thank him so much. Right? So Peter, our forever leader, hashtag forever leader. Yes, yes. The conscience of PBM, Ms. Shani Thomas. She constantly asks the question, are we doing the thing the right way for the right reasons? And she challenges us often. And I thank you for that, for being our conscience of PBM. Because you want to fix what's broken before we move forward. And we appreciate that, right? She asks all the hard questions and challenges us to be better, right? So never stop doing that, as much as it sometimes feel like you're pushing a boulder uphill. Thank you so much for being our conscience. He had to leave, hopefully he's watching here today, but the brain of PBM, Mr. Androsky Spicer. Androsky is the reason that we're here. He's logical by nature, like the brain is, right? Just signals. He's our neural network because he connects. He's a UTech alumni. He was at Amazon. He was at Verizon. He's at Microsoft now. Androsky Spicer, right? One of one, right? So the brains of PBM is Androsky Spicer. So, Androsky, thank you so much if you're with the camera, right? Thank you, Androsky, if you're watching. The reason you couldn't be here today is because he was awarded a highest sales award at Microsoft. He's in Hawaii right now celebrating that. Right? That's why we couldn't be here. Right? A key part of the body. They can't hear us online? What do they need to do different?
I don't know. They said we can't hear anything. We aren't hearing.
Can you hear us online? Okay. All right, can you check with the back and see what's happening?
I won't know what to do, but I'll try.
Again, I want to keep pressing forward, but I wanted to make sure we gave time for this. The heart of PBM that keeps us pumping, with all the emotions, at the right time, what we need. Yeah, Melanie, Bustamante, Alan, thank you so much for being PBM's heart. Like the heart, you don't always see her, but she's pumping. She keeps our emotions in check. So thank you, Melanie, right? You're one of the reasons that we're here today, right? And you're flying solo a lot here in Jamaica by yourself and trying to shout to the hills across the way to us, right? We're sending help your way. All right? Thank you for being here. The lungs of PBM breathe fresh air and new perspective and partnership with Nicole Ralph. I just say it like this, Nicole. As a lung, love is your oxygen, and it's clear when anyone meets you the first time. That is not ChatGPT. That's original. That's mine. Also not here, also celebrating his victories in Hawaii, Dominic Denisur. Dominic is our spine. He's our spine, right? The backbone of the team, provides structure, solid advice, stabilizes us in a lot of ways, right? When things get tough, Dominic makes sure they're aligned, right? As a spine. I love him for that. All right, I appreciate you, brother, wherever you are. Thanks, Dominic. You can hear me, check the sign. You were coming out, the blood vessel who connects the heart to the brain, and all these unique connections. Mr. Luigi Allen, where are you? Luigi has a unique way of having a different relationship with everyone on the LT in a different kind of way. But I don't know how he does it, right? But it's a connection with Luigi and everyone else, so thank you, Luigi. the hands and the feet, right? All these ideas and this blood and stuff doesn't happen without hands and feet actually putting them into motion. So where is Miss Alfie Aiken? Where's Alfie? She left? Okay, all right, so also in Hawaii, that's right. See, all these, fabulous, right? None of these ideas happen without Alfie taking them into action. Yeah, if you ask Alfie to do something, not only would it be done right, it would exceed your expectations every time, right? And I appreciate that about her. Some of the LT members couldn't be here today, but their presence is all over this event, right? So Anika Casanova, Peter Shand, Reggie Best, Ruth Furlan, Winfred Esty, hopefully you're online watching this. This is it, right? The sound is up? Okay. Yeah. So, this slide is asking us what's next for PBM, other than the checks we're going to give out in a few minutes, right? What's next? I just want to spend a little bit of time to go over PBM's strategy and how we scale, right? So, as you know, PBM started off in Jamaica, but the goal is not to stop this, right?
Word from God.
Yes. For those who have seen the Jamaica seal, what are the words underneath the seal in Jamaica?
Out of many, one people.
Out of many, one people. So as much goodness as we're creating in Jamaica, we want to be infectious and scale this, right? So we are in talks now with doing PBM in Barbados, right? Figuring that out, right? We are also in talks of figuring out what does PBM look like in Trinidad, right? We're also, and this part excites me so much, PBM in Haiti. They may call it something else because they don't have good mountains like we do, right? They call it something different, but the message and the heart is still the same. What we're trying to do: have Caribbean talent and global impact, right? So that's what's next to PBM, just so you know, right? What else is next to PBM, right? So of course, right, we are all Microsoft employees here, but part of what we're trying to do is figure out how do we potentially look at what chapters could look like, right? So what does a PBM chapter look like at Google, right? Or at Amazon, or at Meta, insert industry there, right? And again, some of these companies already have Jamaicans at Amazon, Jamaicans at, so, but they don't have the platform that we do, right? But, as Jody says, out of many more people, right? How do we make sure that we unify and structure that? So that's also what's next to PBM, across the islands, across companies, and across industries, right? And this part is new. I mentioned it to a couple LT members, but what can PBM look like in Africa? I met with industry lead last week who called and said, hey, is there something you guys can do? We have these women refugees in South Sudan. They're looking to get IT talent. Do you have anything? Yes, I have something just for you, right? We have 1,000 vouchers that we have right now that we're going to put through this hackathon program. Can you use it? And then the call went dead for a second, and I wasn't sure why. And he came on the call, and he was crying, right? He's from West Africa, right, from Ghana. South Sudan, of course, is on the east side of Africa, but out of many, one people, right? So this is all the plans for PBM. Again, we're in this room right now, but know that you are part of a movement. You are part of a movement. That's what we're doing here, all right? So again, thank you to everyone who attended. I won't be longer in the tooth. I just wanted to thank the folks before everybody left and got their swag and got the traffic, beat out. But that's what's next for us, right? So without further ado, I want to thank you again for hosting us, and we look forward to next year. It's going to be better. It's going to be better, right? We're going to take all the learnings from this year and scale it. I don't want you to where you go.
Shane has thanked everyone else, and I want to take this moment to thank him. Shane manages most of the operations for PBM. From a project management perspective, But project management isn't just checking the box and making sure that you have all of the to-dos. It's also making sure that it aligns with our mission and our purpose and our values. So I don't know quite which parts of the anatomy that I don't know it. But what I will say is thank you, Shane. Your leadership is impeccable. And yes, we have our forever leader, our always leader, but I think he would be proud. I think he would be very proud. Thank you, Shane.
As much as I like being up front, I don't like being up front. All right. So with that, after all the great presentations we have today, we're going to go ahead and announce the winners of this year's Hackathon. Right? So, let me get a little drum roll. Foot stomp, foot stomp. No, let me hear it, let me hear it, let me hear it. Yeah, yes. So, I'm going to ask, where's Sachin? Did you find it? Okay. All right, get our MC back on the floor to announce the winners.
Okay, I do want to thank Ali, Andrasky, and Dom. So I actually joined the Hackathon team maybe 6 weeks ago. But they've empowered me to actually make my own decisions, be as helpful as I possibly can, and I have tried to be as helpful as I can to every single team. So seeing the projects today was a love letter to just the talent that is here, the ideas that are here that are inspirational. So I've been asked like, what's my favorite team? And I genuinely cannot say. I don't even know if we chose the right finalists. Like there were so many great teams. I think we chose the right finalists. We did the best we could. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that we really appreciated all the projects and the ideas. Yeah. And even though somebody has to win, I think everybody was fantastic. All right. So in third place, Power Predict. Where's the UB school rep?
Okay, there. Please, sir, come on down.
Good job. And in third place, the prize is $2,000. All right, and in second place, winning $3,000. Geosync. And what's crazy to me is that you don't even know who's first place. Can't even guess, right? That says something. And in first place, winning $5,000.
Echo recap. Repeat winners. Paul Gaynor, you might come down. And David. So someone asked me the question, wait, these guys won last year. It's not fair they win again. I mean, the crown stays until somebody knocks it off, right? There we go. New ideas. It has to be a new idea. You can't go back to the same story, right? So we wanted to honor that, right? I just wanted to take this moment to thank the universities again for scaling and showing us what it could look like this year, and just want to give the final words to, I want to start with Damien, then Paul, and then Dr. David White, right, to close out. Just any comments before we wrap?
Yes, thank you, Shane. So from Northern Carolina University, we're really happy that we could be part of this initiative this year, and the students have truly benefited from this exposure, and we're looking forward to the next staging, hopefully at NCU. I want to just thank all the students, all the participants, all the competitors. I just want to wish you all the best to your future.
I think I can see the rest of this time on duty, but I say we're extremely grateful
that you spent all this time and resources in coming all this way and giving our students the opportunity. It shows our students that the world is now open to them, and we appreciate what you've started, especially because it shows what companies can do. We're hoping that other institutions can come on. I know that at UE, we're actually looking at our biggest second year ever. So much that we've actually had to tell some people that have to wait to do some core courses. So the numbers are here, we just have the capacity. So if other people that will come on and support us in building that capacity, we can give you the numbers you want. I know that you want to see us putting out over 1,000 people across all of this, right? I know that you want to see us putting out over 1,000 people, but we do have the capacity. So if more people step in and follow your lead, I'm sure we'll get there.
Shane, public static void main, open bracket, string, PBM, come on, Microsoft, come on, simply the best. Close bracket.
Exclamation.
This is just awesome. This is the third staging of Microsoft Day, and it wasn't supposed to be here. It was supposed to be at Jamaica Conference Center, as you heard, because the registration went through the roof. We are happy to have hosted the first two stagings, and for the third one, we are even happier to have been able to collaborate with our brothers and sisters from NCU and from UWI. And I believe that it's going to be so much bigger next year, Shane. I was talking to Yamian Bustamante, who was a key part of us as a Microsoft here. Right? She sat on the board of our undergraduate degree program, right, and put things in train. And I'm telling you, last year we had the high schools And some of you don't know, but sitting in the audience this morning and also at the over by the Alfred Sangster Auditorium, there's a young miss. Right? She was 13 years old when she came to me and said, I saw Project Blue Mountain, Microsoft Day, and I am at a high school, but I have to come. Right? We told her, no, you can't, you're just 13. So she came back the following year, January this year, and she said, I'm 40 years old now. I couldn't turn her back, you know? And just when Andraski announced the first training for Microsoft Day, some of you know, Harborview Primary called me and said, look, if you're tracking in 14-year-old, we want to be a part of it. Look, there is a Jamaica 2030 vision, for those of you who know, right? And Chris is here, the Prime Minister's AI, he heads the AI task force for Jamaica. Right? We need to make us here in the Caribbean a place to live, work, raise families, and do business. And Microsoft is empowering us to do that. We can be more than just what we are. And Andraski always said to me, it's the art of the possible. And I'm glad for this collaboration. I'm so thankful to Project Blue Mountain and Microsoft and the rest of the team. And I'm going to name you all, right? But a tremendous thank you. You know, I believe, Yamili, that Microsoft had a conspiracy to make us all cry each year. The first year, it was Peter Walker with the keynote and Andraski, right? And then the second year you brought down Tish Wen, yes. And when she spoke, and you know, young ladies say, hey, I can break that glass ceiling. I can be a female in tech. And then when Andraski and Pierre came inside the classrooms, while Microsoft Day was going on, Andraski was saying, I used to sit in that class. I used to sit in that seat. And when I look at the presentations today from UWI, from NCU, and from UTech, I see a bright future for Jamaica, I see a bright future for the Caribbean, I see a bright future for us. And I'm glad to hear that we are expanding Project Blue Mountain. It's going to be bigger and better next year. Thank you all. Thank you, Microsoft. Big up to Microsoft.
And with that, we are a wrap. So, for every student here, before you leave, you have one piece of homework. Get at least one Microsoft contact from LinkedIn. At least one. From Microsoft or LinkedIn. All right, get at least one Microsoft person. That's your homework before you leave. And for all the, yes, Professor Black. And for the teams who did not make the finals or the finalists, I just want to say there was only 1 or 2 points that separate you, right? But there's different ways to win, like the routes team, right? Maybe you didn't win up here, but you got a connection, right? With Chris Record, right? So there's different ways to win. And this is just feedback, right, that you should take and go forward. And the other students who you feel are competitors, they may have the piece of code or algorithm that's going to take your app to the next level. So there's a collaboration there as well, right? So thank you to the students, thank you to our judges who came in, or our judges, thank you to the judges and advisors who came in, our mentors and so on. Did I forget anyone? Good? All right. A lot good. Next year. Take care, guys. Oh yeah, Microsoft, front picture. I owe you.
Yeah.